Went live on Twitch a second ago. Almost had a heart attack. Was wondering why I wasn't seeing anything happen on YouTube. Okay. I don't know how long of a stream we're gonna have today because I am kind of limited on supply. So, yeah. It's Airbrush Day. I have a lot more than this to airbrush. I've already reordered another one of these because this is like this full. I think I can get most of what I've set aside here with it. But I have 20 other Gene Stealers and I think 18 Neophytes off to the side over here that I'm probably going to need to wait on the other black airbrush stuff. Also, we have the biophages coming. So, something I need to think about. Because I got to time it so we get the biophages as well in at least one of the waves. Let me get my glove out. Dude, they're great. They're great and they suck at the same time. Because holy crap, taking them off the sprues, I lost so many parts that I had to just look at and go, well, I'm not gluing that back on. Like, that's not happening. We're also going to be painting the flight stands black. I've not done that for a lot of my flight stands, but I've seen people talk about it being like, oh, it's not as distracted. Like, you don't get distracted as much by the weird, like, glare and glowiness of a flight stand if you just paint it matte black. We're going to try it with these guys. I haven't done it with a ton of them. Most of my flight stands I usually, like, assemble paint for so that I don't even have to paint them. I actually don't know why I gloved this hand. Oh, wait, no, I don't. No. No, it should be the other hand. But yeah, like a lot of their teeth stuff fell off. If I can find it. Like this version, the one where you see the big claw thing coming down the side, you won't see that in a lot of other spots because the big one usually snaps clean off. And then a few of them have something similar on their own face, like on this side, that also snapped clean off. Like, even the process of removing them from the sprue caused them to fall off. And it's the tiniest little point at which they snap. So, like, there's no gluing that. It's not a thing. These were a bad design for a character unit. Specifically for the type of plastic they used. And I was looking around because I was trying to figure out where I saw a really big mouse strain. I was like, where's the big mouse strain in all of this? So we're using this as my Patriarch for now, but I did see a picture of what we're getting eventually. We're getting a mouse strain alpha, which looks like a cross between a mouse strain Gene Stealer like this and an Abominant. So this is going to be my Patriarch till I eventually get that. Because I don't know, they haven't said when it's coming out. They've shown it, they haven't said when it's coming out. So I don't know what's up with that. And I kind of just want a Patriarch for a while. So we had an extra mouse strain, I had a base, and I had a ton of skulls. So here we go. We got the black. Let me I'm gonna vibro the black actually. There you go. Because I need to absolutely mix this up. This is the bottom end of the black primer, which means it's mostly going to be thinner and black primer. It might not go on smoothly. had another bottle on order. It was supposed to be here last night along with my new keyboard. And they opted completely out of delivering it, so hopefully we see it today. Good morning, Dragon. Sure to hit every component. Yeah, there's a lot of models like that. Especially in like any of the spindly armies. Like the tree people are very much like that. You'll be lucky if you build a tree person and like half the branches don't come off in like the first week of building or using them. It gave me a subtle respect for the kind of like partial spindliness that the that Chaos Space Marines have. Like, Chaos Space Marines are spindly. But, like, they're not that spindly. They're not like, man, I'm gonna not have this model in, like, a month, am I? Kind of spindly. They're like a refined spindly. Like, just enough. Yeah, I mean, we just started. It still has time to mess up, Dragon. We're just underway. I am a little annoyed that the alpha isn't out yet. Like, that's actually super annoying that they showed the alpha around the time they were launching Secundus. And yet, like, here we are. Secundus has its individual team releases, and we still don't have the alpha. So, like, that's kind of weird. I knew this was going to have problems. Every single time this paint, the primer gets close to the bottom, there's always issues. Or it just clogs too much. I might have to add flow improver to it or something. Yeah, I'm going to add flow improver to it. What's up, Diver? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. bubble mix. The issue is we're only a couple models in, which means this is going to consistently be a problem for at least a little while. Ooh, still blowing into the sisters. That sounded weird, actually. Still playing Daughters of Cain. Daughters of Cain was weird, man. Because when I saw the avatar, they were like, oh, they use an avatar. I was like, oh, I could tell my friend this. And maybe he'll play Daughters of Cain. And then I clicked on the model to take a look at it to see like if there was a variance to it, like where they want you to have a certain head or something. And then it was just a whole other model. And I was like, oh. Need to see if this is messing up. I feel like it's not pulling back as far as it should be. I shouldn't have to full clean this. I've kept it very clean for a very long time. Oh, there we go. The clog is gone. Yay. It worked its way through. Sometimes you just keep spraying. It's not necessarily confusing if you're familiar with other formats of like games in general. It's very close to how Magic the Gathering handles seasonal cards and stuff, like where you have certain blocks that suddenly become illegal for tournament play. It's not, in my opinion, it's not good because the parallel between tabletop gaming with Warhammer and Magic, there's not enough parallels. Like with Magic, yeah, you can kind of like keep the cards offhand. There's a very healthy tournament basis for like what is it, Commander, that's open like with tons of cards. There's only maybe like a few cards that are banned or something. Like you can play a lot of stuff with all your cards. Now the problem is that the format shifts with 40K that should be looked at as like a, oh, this is why they're doing that, isn't the best. Because the reality is, once your team in Kill Team is no more, where are you going to go? Are you going to go 40K? Well, I've got Orcs that I don't plan on playing ever. I've got Votann that I don't plan on collecting for. I've got so many teams that I'm not going to be moving to another thing that will eventually become useless in competitive tournament settings as a suggestion. I think that's probably the key that people aren't going to really notice, because people, I think, don't understand that Games Workshop rarely manages all the tournaments that are going on at any one point in time. They rarely manage them. They have a couple, I think, where it's like, oh yeah, this is a Games Workshop managed tournament. This is a tournament where you're going to kind of experience the game as hosted by Games Workshop. There's a few, but not a lot. The bulk of them are managed by just everyday people, is the whole thing. So the trick becomes, what is the tournament scene going to end up looking like? Are the average tournaments going to be like play whatever? And then is the Games Workshop tournament going to be you have to play this? Or if the tournaments for average become play whatever, is Games Workshop going to take note and then change their idea on the rotating rules? Like, it's a little bit out there. And that's the other thing. If we lose a team, are we going to get representation from that faction in another team before it happens? With Legionary, we kind of have that. Like, the moment Legionary is out, I could just use my Legionary as the Night Lords. And that's fine. That's a decent path forward. But I can't use my Votann Hearthkin as Jaegers. So, like, what's happening with that? The Phobos going away. I mean, I already have a scout team. I mean, it's kind of like different sized bases. We need more primer. It's specifically competitive tournament, which also means they're probably not going to continue balancing the teams that get pulled from classified. They might not. They might not. But it's specifically for competitive play, as they put it. My issue is when they're kind of like softening that blow of, hey, the Warp Coven will no longer be playable after a year of the first season. Which, that's my team. I love that team. The softening of the blow is, but at least you can play them in the full game. Yeah, okay. Good thing my 1,000 suns are already done being collected beyond my kill team. I have no reason for those sorcerers. They're also completely different paint schemed compared to my army. So I'm just going to have a bunch of like extra rubrics and Zangors that I don't need. Because I collected them first. But then that also leans into other things, like the Phobos. I have no plans on picking up a Space Marine army. Zero. I do not want an Imperial Space Marine army. I don't. The next army I'm hopefully going to get is Emperor's Children. So, like, what do you mean it's playable in the full game? Are you demanding that because you're pulling it from my ability to play it in kill team competitively that I now build a full Space Marine army based on the one squad of friggin' Phobos that I have? it might sound good in nature of like, oh yeah, you slow collected because of that. It's like, no. What are... Yeah, for how long? Like, it's one of those things where it's yet to be seen. The question is it going to be like a rotation, right? Like, is Phobos out for the second year, and then will they come back later? Is it going to be like Yu-Gi-Oh cards where they're just like, oh yeah, this year we're going to bring back we'll bring back the Gellerpox for a quick go. So like it's just an odd concept. Cuz I don't think it fits this mode of play necessarily. It would fit card games. They could have had a better shot doing it if Underworlds took off more, because they could have probably started releasing like actual set cards and stuff and been like, oh, if you're playing this season of Underworlds, these are the cards and possibly decks that aren't going to be usable during the season, and then you just can't have access to the cards. You still have your team. You still have the team and their core rules that can be used, but you don't have the scoring cards, you don't have the ability cards. It's like a different feel. And it like works a little bit better, I think, in that situation. But in Kill Team, just being like, oh, your whole team's gone for tournament play. It's like, oh. Huh. Now, mostly... So if we look at this kind of like through the proper lens, there's probably not a ton of people playing competitive. This is probably mostly a club game, store game. Most clubs will probably be like, look, we're not going to do classified, declassified unless it's like serious. Unless there's like one classified team that going forward is so stupidly strong that they're like, look, we are classifying chaos cults. Or declassifying or whatever. It's just, I definitely agree that the wording and concepts used by Games Workshop to talk about what's happening were not the best. Like, there's a little bit of belittling language in the statement, making it feel like people who actively collected for a team they really like, but not necessarily have any plans to play the army or even go to full 40k. It's like, well, you have to now if you want to keep playing them. And it's like, oh god, what? Like, it just feels a little too belittling and like too forgetful of players that maybe aren't planning on that full leap. I think we're at, once we get these done, I can just throw this primer away till I get my new primer. Which should be today, fingers crossed. And maybe we get the biophages today, giving us something to do into next week. And maybe the alpha gets released like tomorrow. No, yeah, commandos. Because commandos were always the hey everyone, new bespoke teams aren't the end-all be-all of the game. Check it out as Vet Garden Commandos take top 2 spots at tournaments all over the world. Against hundreds of players playing all the different teams. It's just the nature of it, I think, is like a little meh. Because honestly, the change to the terrain, the change to the general rules, I felt like that was enough to really like bring a bunch of teams in, potentially. With maybe a few tweaks needed. And it would have been fine going forward, but for them to be like, nope, they're gone. Alright, we gotta wait for these to dry. Let me clear this out. Yeah, there's like nothing left in there. I can throw that out. So it's like, on one hand, sure, you want to try to keep the game balanced. The concept of keeping the game interesting by forcing people to have to buy updated teams for competitive play if you're playing a Games Workshop specific tournament feels a little like, oh, you should not have done that. That's not good. That's like, it's a precedent that makes other games feel like kind of weird. Like, we're all pretty sure they're not going to do that to 40K, right? Although recently with Death Watch, and it's like, I don't know, it's not a good precedent with a game on this scale at this cost to be like, at some point your army will just vanish when we feel like it. And it's like, oh, that's weird. Like, my buddy keeps joking that the Aldari Codex is going to drop with no Harlequins in it. And he's like, all the Harlequins are going to get pulled off the shelves, and the new Aldari aren't going to have Harlequins in the book anymore. And he's going to be like, well then, there goes my entire Aldari collection. So the way we tend to handle these is we do sort of like a 95 degree zenithal of cobalt turquoise. It is a very opaque color. It means I don't have to do white over it. Now, the follow-up is, and we're going to have to be a little bit careful on this, a very narrow monodirectional zenithal of light phthalo blue. We have to kind of slow build this up. Now, the trick with these guys is that the brains we're going to go back into, we're going to paint the actual brain flesh white and then make it like glowy. You'll probably notice that there's two types of bases on them. There's 32s, which are going to represent respawn points, which I'm going to use my old ones too still, but these are to represent that in the Bio Sanctus, what happens is you can bring back Gene Stealers. Like, so in Gene Stealer Cult, for those who don't know, if you kill a squad, I roll a dice, I see if it comes back as sort of a rapid ingress in a following turn. I place a base in an area away from certain units, and if you get within certain ranges of that base, it destroys itself. For everything, I think deep strikes don't destroy it anymore. I think if you deep strike on it, it stays. But if you deep strike literally on it, I'm not going to be able to deep strike my guys onto it. But the trick with it is that if you get within range of it and it destroys, there's a character called an Icon Ward that can once per game go, okay, and then pick it up and move it. And then you still get the ability to rapid ingress on it that turn because it's still an icon there. And the squad's supposed to come back in the enemy movement phase that turn. So the Icon Ward can do that with any of them. That's fine. But for the Gene Stealer Cult Bio Sanctus, there's a 1 command point use of moving it in the same way, but the one that I move has to be Gene Stealers only. So this is going to kind of symbolize Gene Stealers only. And then the little tinier bases, I think these are 28s. I think they're 28s. These are going to represent the psychic familiars for the Patriarch. The Icon Ward is going to be the symbol for it having its once per game move. What else do we have? We're going to have the Biophagus, which has a little Greg, but we're going to use the brain with him. So it's a little bit of a complete wash of like, oh yeah. And then one's going to follow the Abominant around as a you're going to revive situation. So it's just visual symbols. We're going to run cleaner through. It's taking a minute for these to dry because we used Flow Improver, and Flow Improver slows down drying process, to those who don't know. Yeah, so that, and then we gotta, because I think what we're gonna do with the Malstrains, I think we want to do like a zenithal white on them, like near their backs, and then we're gonna make them glow. I want to say green, but maybe pink. see what you guys have been saying. GW can sometimes be a bit too much. Ugh. Ugh. Cleaner. You like Kill Team Warcry, why don't you go for 40k? Yeah. Just updating at the end of the edition, why bother with... Yeah. Yeah, rip Justin. Rip Justian. We know it. I kept bringing it up. Dude, Justian is a hard team to find. There's no way they were going to keep it going. I think they assumed Justian was like this fun little thing you could get on the side. I imagine you can still play them in Heroes. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Heroes game. It's kind of like, the best way I know to describe it, it's kind of like, what is it, Mega Man Battle Network? It's kind of like that, where you have a unit that kind of moves on a grid and does attacks in certain ranges and directions and stuff. It's a cool concept for a quick little game, I think. But yeah, so Justian, hard to find, very difficult. Like it almost kind of sucks. Yeah, Steeljack being one of your main teams, it kind of sucks because if they released the rules and they were like, here's the Justian rules, and we knew they were good going forward, I feel like that's kind of like the trophy team, right? That's the team where if you're a serious converter and player in the game, you could be like, I'm building a Justian. And you could build them in any way, shape, or form possible. Like Glass Half Dead did the Tau, kind of like Phobos team. He basically just an elite Space Marine style Tau team. Like, that could have been you being like, I got this. And then building, like, I don't know. Building like a Tyranid, but like mutated Tyranid, weird elite looking team, and being like, this is my Justian team. Like it's kind of like sad in that way, where they're like, and it's gone. All right, a lot of these are very dry. There's still a few with a lot of wet spots on them. This is why I love this primer, because like it dries so quick. Now, it probably doesn't cure super quick. There's a difference between drying and curing to the surface. Always remember that. Yeah. So honestly, what I feel like needs to occur here for a lot of people who want to continue playing the game going forward, you need to plan a single thematic large team, okay? Single thematic, completely massive team. You need to plan for bases that are 32s, bases that are 28s, and then I think 25s. So you kind of create a large-scale thematic army, probably about 20 guys on 25 bases, probably about 15 on 32s, and probably about 15 or 20 on 28s. And you need to design them to feel kind of like what current teams are, right? The 28s would be sort of like the Aldari, just stuff like that, right? Like kind of quick, good melee, some decent range, stuff like that. 25s, you're aiming for it to be like the blooded, what am I thinking of? The Vet Guard, there we are. There's the word. The stuff like that. 32s, you're aiming for like Legionary, Intercessors, like just good blend of melee, big guns, medium guns, stuff like that. Have one large scale thematic kill team group. That way when the game goes, hey, by the way, the new Jaegers are, or like whatever the new Votan comes out is going to be, and they're like, these are the rules, this is what it looks like, you can go, okay, those are all 32s. I have a few people who easily represent the grenade thrower, the railgun, like you just have them, and you go, okay, I'm playing them. And you already have the stuff built and painted, and you're just done. That might be the way to go forward, and that's not like a, hey, you're new to the game, let me tell you what to do kind of idea. That's a I've been a veteran of building stuff and making like converted models and trying new things. What's up, Long Furby? Could be fun, but GW went a weird way. They could go for blind boxes. with limited rescopes that are just for fun. Oh, you mean the Justian stuff? Blind boxes, I don't think is actually... It's weird. I don't think that's fully Games Workshop thinking of doing that. That's a separate team. That's a separate group. That's why Games Workshop stores don't always get those. It's because it's not like the same core company. There's a company that they, I think, worked with to try to expand the game into Asian markets. And they realized, like, Asian markets love blind box stuff a lot. They love the hell out of that. So they went with a company to make some of that in, like, Japan and China and stuff. And it's just putting new, interesting models out that are within spec of this, but also very unique. And I think they made it so that they'd have access to those models for future use in their own things, or to be able to give to other companies. Like, I think Amazon did the one, or no, not Amazon. Barnes & Noble was like the releaser of the published Combat Arena one, right? I saw a picture on a subreddit of someone who went into a Target and just saw them sitting there sealed and then just walked over and grabbed one. Like a Target. So the company that releases this specifically aims at Targets, Walmarts, stuff like that, because it's easier. Because it's a much easier, more accessible way. Like, in my opinion, Pokemon, the trading card game, doesn't get as huge as it is right now if it didn't have the series of its life where it's Walmart, Target, grocery stores. Like, that's where you need to put your stuff if you want your IP to just explode. Yeah, no, we're going to lose the ability to choose gods competitively, of course. You'll still hopefully be able to play them decently and non-competitive. It will be interesting to see if they... I know they can't say it, because if they say it and then don't do it, it's going to be very obnoxious. But I really wish they could have said something like, we're going to pull them out of cycle, because what's going to happen is they're going to massively rework the team later to then pull them back in. I don't think it's going to happen necessarily, but it's one of those things where that could be the case, where it's like, all right, we're pulling the Legionary out this year. But then 2 years later, they're like, Legionary's back, massively updated rules. And they can just, like, keep cycling like that. Kind of like when Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh! Bring cards from, like, older settings back up after having them be out for a little while in certain modes. Or reprinting them or something. Oh, did you not check the Warhammer community page, Long Furby? They just dropped information this morning about how the seasons are going to go for Kill Team going forward. Well, technically, the blind box release isn't for 40K. It's for Heroes, which... Again, I think it might be a cool game. I just don't have it. I've read a little bit about it, and again, it's like Mega Man Battle Network on tabletop, which is kind of cool. But yeah, we're mostly talking about the idea of what they're doing, where they're just like sacrificing teams. Oh, you didn't read it. So all teams are getting updated. Supposedly, they're going to be consistently updated going forward, but along the way, teams are going to get pulled from what is considered the suggested competitive list. Now, as we were talking about earlier, Games Workshop doesn't manage and run every tournament that exists in its system. They only manage a few that are at, like, the high end, pretty much. I think, like, LVO, Nova, and, like, a couple others. Maybe. I don't know. But that is to say that if you're a tournament organizer, you have to kind of decide, do you want to run it as a classified tournament or something? Or what is it? Declassed, classed. It's the terminology is declassified or classified, which basically means tournament legal, tournament suggested legal, or not. So we're looking at the possibility, because they already showed a lot of the teams that after a year of the first season coming out for the new rule set, they're going to get pulled, basically, from suggested. Although in the writing, supposedly, even though they're pulled, they're still going to see updates so that you can continue to play them outside of tournament scenes. Which, weird, absolutely. Waiting for the flow improver to dry. A few of these guys still have very sticky looking parts. A lot of them are just like perfect now, but a few of them are a little bit moist. Well, rotated or just fully pulled? That's the question. Will the Legionary come back after a couple years, or will we just expect you to be playing what's the other one? Nightmare? Where Nemesis Claw. So that's kind of like the combo. Join a Steam playtest. Oh, Jesus. I have access to Deadlock now. Might play it tonight just to get some time on it. Nice, Donovan. We can probably start work on this guy. And then just go through slowly, picking the ones that seem dry enough to work on. Because a few of them are like perfectly dry now. And I kind of want to keep moving here. I don't know. I think, well, like in classic Games Workshop fashion, they could have much more effectively worded what they were talking about in that, because it genuinely sounds like, don't get attached to your team, guys. It's gonna be gone after a year or two. And it's like, when you consider the amount of time people have been putting into building, collecting, and painting just their kill teams, the notion for Kill Team for the longest time was, hey, since you only have to paint like 8 dudes, take your time, make them incredible, do wonderful things to their bases. And now they're like, and then get rid of them after 2 years. It's like, whoa. What's up, Rax? We're going in on phase 2 here, getting the cobalt turquoise. That's because I'm kind of away from it. It will be decently loud once I get closer, but what I'm doing here in my room is I have two setups for microphones. I have one right by my painting desk and then one right by my keyboard. I don't want to do the lapel mic anymore. I'm done on that. So you're going to hear me get quiet and then loud, and then eventually I'll probably get a shotgun mic so it's not so bad. Yeah, it wasn't a good decision by Games Workshop, I think, to do this. Because, and then the big one that really gets me, Long Furby, is at the end when they're like, and don't forget, you can play these guys in normal 40K. And it's like, oh. So you expect me to collect my Votan now that I have, like, the one squad? You want me to collect the rest of them? You are going to expect me to collect Aldari now because I have 2 Aldari squads. I have my commandos I just finished. I don't want orcs. I have my vet guard. I don't want vet guard. Supposedly the compendium teams aren't coming forward. Like, they're not going to do anything with compendium, which sucks because unless they plan on bringing forward the parts of the compendium that don't exist in the regular game, like the talons and stuff like that. I think talons, demons, I'd say Death Guard, but I think they want you to be like hey, Death Guard, you can technically play as Compendium or as a Legionary, and you can technically use them as Nemesis. Blah, blah, blah. Like, in that situation, it's like, yeah, but they're not quite the same. And it's weird, too, because they talked about how Poxwalkers are going to have stats for co-op mode, and it's like, well, okay. No, yeah. This, I feel like, is a little bit of a misstep by them. I think what's going to need to happen is that competitive local tournaments are going to need to be like, yeah, we're not following the classified, declassified rules. We're not doing that. It puts people too far out of the game. And then if enough of those tournaments do it, Games Workshop's going to have to be like, oh, well, then they have two options. They're either like, well, when you come to the big tournament, you need to only play the teams we tell you to. And it's like, good for you. I don't know. Your Hand of the Archon is in the 2-year plan. Like, let me rotate over to my other mic. So I have the Scout Squad. I can use my Legionary as Nemesis Claw. I'm planning on getting Vespid and Tempestus. I can technically run Brood Brothers, sort of, but not really. I don't have the specialists visually. I have Felgor. I have Salvagers. I have Cults. I have Hyrotech. I have Kasserkin, Farstalker, Breachers, and I think Angels of Death are the Space Marine team, right? Let me scroll down here real quick. No. What the hell are Angels of Death? This is just called Intercession Squad Kill Team, unless they're changing its name. Which is also further weird because we don't see any information about the Intercession Kill Team on this list. Do we? No. Phobos? We don't... What's Angels of Death? I think they renamed them. They have to have renamed them. My hope is that going forward, teams that release I can easily say are other things. That's my hope. I mean, I'm playing full 40k. I mean, we could always rotate my channel to full 40k at this point. See how that works out. I do want to keep going with Kill Team because I love the rules beyond this. Like, this is now the only thing in my head that's a problem. Is that they're just going to rotate shit. Like... But it's a little difficult to talk about because technically, okay, so Kasserkin and Deathcore I think are the same size. Kasserkin bases might be bigger, but like I think Kasserkin and Tempestus are about the same. So technically, you have like stuff going forward. Like it's weird. Yeah, but that's because Games Workshop wasn't restricting it. And tournaments wouldn't let you play the non-White Dwarf versions of teams. They wouldn't let you play the Thousand Sun team. You had to play Warp Coven. They wouldn't let you play the Compendium Harlequins. You had to play the White Dwarf versions. So, like, it's a little weird for them to do this. So it's going to come down to whether the tournaments go, look, we're a declassified tournament or something. Because I think that's what it is, right? Classified is it's a kill team for competitive. And then declassified is it's a kill team that you can play casually. And then they can just go, yeah, that's cool. We're a declassified tournament. And that's just it. It's kind of like in Underworlds when you can play Relic, you can play Nemesis. Now they'll have different types where it's classified, declassified tournaments. It's a slightly sus moment, absolutely. I wish they worded it a little better. I wish they didn't sound a little like condescending when they were like, and if you hate that your team's gone, you can always play it in 40k. And it's like, fuck you, dude. I'm not playing Space Marines. I love Phobos. I'm not playing Space Marines. Like, it's just not happening. Alright, let's get to this. Cobalt turquoise. Yeah, 0 Riz. Much skibbity. As you Zoomers say. We're probably gonna tear through this cobalt. I need to go lightly with it. I can't just like blast. I started blasting. I need to, hang on. I'm gonna try to servo this. Lock servo. I'm not calling you a Zoomer. I'm saying Zoomers say it. Zoomer lingo. Because we basically use the black primer as like actual shadow, and then the cobalt is sort of like an ambient. Edgelord elves. Dark Eldar, man. They look cool. I like their models. This guy's still a little moist. Hold off. Try to get one of these little brain ticks done. Paint the entire flight stand matte black. I think that's the plan. Beastmaster kill team sounds great. Still waiting till Monday for Space Marine. I knew I wasn't going to have a ton of time this weekend, so I didn't really want to spend $90 to $100 to play that game 5 days early. I still think it's kind of dick they're dropping it on a Monday. Like, getting it early, I'm like, oh, that's cool. People can do that, that's fine. But then being like, well, then the actual release date is on Monday for you. It's like, oh, okay. So like, I'm cool with it because like my work schedule is weird. I'm not really beholden to like the 5-day work week kind of situation that a lot of people are. But all I can think of is basically that was sort of Focus Interactive being like, hey, all you people who work 9 to 5 jobs Monday through Friday, guess what? You need to pay us 30 to 40 extra dollars if you want to enjoy this game in like a good weekend when it first comes out. That is kind of dick, in my opinion. Like, sure, it's a business strategy and plan, but like at the same time, it's like, hey, screw you for doing that. Like, none of my friends are playing it till Monday. Like, none of them saw the purpose in putting in the extra money. And then when they realized that meant they were playing it on Monday, they were like, well, I guess we're playing it the following Saturday. Because they all have 9 to 5s. And when they're done their 9 to 5, they don't really want to, like, do anything. They mostly just, like, hang out, veg out, watch shows, read manga. Or books or anything. Just that's it. That's all they want to do. They don't want to put effort into like paying attention in a game to try to figure out how to beat like a boss or something. They're just like, nah. So yeah, the Monday release time is garbage tier. This guy's still got a little bit of the black primer on him. But we'll get it on Monday and play it. It looks good in general, despite the early playtime practice. Adopted from EA and Ubisoft. Weaponized FOMO. Oh, I gotta order more frickin' varnish. Keep forgetting. I'm pretty much out. There's like a little bit left in the can. And my local store never has varnish. I use the Army Painter varnish because it's the only one I've used like 4 total cans of that hasn't had issues. Meanwhile, I keep seeing people reviewing the Citadel ones where they're like, I've used 3 cans perfectly fine, and then this recent can just fogs up. And there's like, as far as I can tell, there's no consistency with the Citadel varnish. Like, you buy a can, you're gonna want to test it on something before you put it on what you actually want to use it for. Yeah, we'll be playing that. I guess I got into Deadlock, so I'll try Deadlock out. I'm not, from everything I've seen, I don't think I'm gonna like it. It's one of those things where the game feels like they put a list of every successful MOBA thing, from like minorly to majorly successful, like all of it. They just put a list of all the minorly or majorly successful MOBA functions on a board and then went, let's just make this into a game. Because, like, holy crap, from everything I've seen, it feels like it's every single MOBA, like, thing all at once. And it makes it not great. Like, it feels like there's no focus in the game at all. So we'll have to see how it actually feels when we start playing it. Because, like, everything I've watched of people playing it makes it seem just like a mess. So we'll see how it plays. And they've been very clear that this isn't representative of the final game. So maybe they'll refine it down and figure out what works and what doesn't. But whatever they've done to it has made it it's brought back the MOBA 2-hour-long game possibility, which that kind of sucks. That was one thing I was happy with when I kind of walked away from Dota. Was like, I wasn't going to be stuck in a single game for 2 hours anymore. Buddy gave me access and then didn't message me, so I don't know if he's like, yo, you want to play now? Because apparently that's how Deadlock works currently. If you have access to the game from one of the many send-outs of like access that Valve did, you can just give access to someone on your friends list. We'd have to watch back the game that they played. I feel like they looked like they were on 28s. They might be on 32s, though. They are large models. The little mech should be on a 32, so I think they were on smaller bases than the mech, which would make them 28s. Oh, getting an alcohol-based paint thinner headache. Yeah, Monday Night Combat was literally the moment I saw what it looked like. I was like, this is just not as cool looking Monday Night Combat. Like, I loved Monday Night Combat for like the 3 weeks when it had a community, and then everyone left, I guess, which was weird. It just died like overnight. We were playing games all the time at my friend's house for a LAN party, and then one day we tried to get on and it was like, no one's on at all. Like, well, this is weird. I gotta pull the stencils out. I don't think I want to stencil too much on the mouse trains. It's gonna be mostly their glowing backs, I think. We're gonna try to make their backs glow a specific color. Oh yeah, I feel you. My buddy loves, he prefers doing the GW bases, like the texture bases, over just making his own. Because they are kind of cool. I mean, they're nice. And what's cool about them is you can actually apply your own stuff over top of them, which is actually what we did with some of the models here. Yeah, clear this out. What I ended up doing with some of the models from the Necromunda set that we got. Pull this off. I'm also going to want to go, while this dries, I'm going to go get some soup. I'm going to heat up some soup. So we did this. Servo. Where we put the texture paste on top of the Necromunda base, so it actually has that little bit of texture like the rest of the army has. That way on models like this one, you get that little bit of like mechanical surface underneath the crackle paste. Which is nice. It's a nice little touch. Crank this a little bit. So, brush cleaned. Next on the docket, high opacity phthalo blow. Now what we do for this, I can show you on one of the other models before I go get my soup. We kind of monodirectional hit the phthalo blue. That way it's kind of like a burst of moonlight from a single direction. We then edge highlight in a pink mixed with white combination, which we'll probably do on these guys as well. But normally I do this, it's gonna be hard to see without it being under the light. Nope, this one. So that's like a hexagonal texture. I have a bunch of stencils that I usually use when I want to apply texture. Now, these guys aren't going to have texture, I don't think. These guys are just going to be semi-glowy on their backs, and then their eyes are going to be glowing, and then we'll probably do the pink edge highlighting on like parts of their carapace and fingers and everything. So that's kind of the goal with the team, because it's my Night Fight GSC. The whole goal is to make it look like you're battling them under the cover of night, because they are an ambush army. So it is 1 o'clock. I'm going to hit up the BRB screen so I can go get some soup. And you guys can chill out to some music. BRB. It's days like these when I wish I had a gif of Greg dancing. What up, Arturo? What up, Leo? I was grabbing food. I gotta go grab a spoon. BRB. Soup. Freaking homemade chicken and orzo. Let that cool down. All right. Bring it back. Bring it back, screen. There we go. Stage 3. Light phthalo. Probably gonna go to a next tier glove. Now that there's 2 coats of paint on that one pair. All right. Now again, the goal here is we're going to use this pretty sparingly. I'm going to say pretty sparingly. Monodirectional, probably like a 45 degree zenithal. It's supposed to feel like moonlight. We are painting a portion of my GSC models that I'm working on. We're working with mostly Malstrains. We have the Malstrain Patriarch that I made, you know, while we wait for the Abominant to exist. I still want to use a Patriarch, and I have, honestly, I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I don't know when the Malstrain Alpha is coming. It could be literally tomorrow, which would suck. I haven't really heard much about it since it was shown. So we're just... I want to be able to play my GSC at a drop of a hat. So I kind of want this to be done. So what we have here is a Malstrain Gene Stealer that I kind of upgraded with some fun basing to make it the Patriarch. And what we do is we apply the phthalo blue in sort of like circular approach from a single angle to try to make it feel like moonlight coming from that angle. Yeah, Malstrains are cool. This is a very expensive way to run a pure strain Gene Stealer squad, but I'm kind of happy I did it. Phone call. Okay. I'm trying to get as much of this done as possible. So apparently family's coming over here soon, so I might have to step away for a minute and get other things done. Because no matter how often I tell them that I'm streaming and that I kind of have to like be consistent, they think that that means that I don't need to be consistent, and it's just completely fine to get me to do other things whenever they feel like it. It's like it's fun. Having family members is fun. I kind of want to try to get at least all of this done. The trick with these is there's another stage, whereas on the well, I mean technically with all of my Gene Stealer cult there's an extra stage past this point. But we won't have to stencil. Instead, we're just going to use the white ink to try to like hit specific spots to make them feel like glowy. I think on the brain ticks were done though. The brain ticks need to be manually painted to make their brain flesh glow. So, to like start playing. So, from the sound of it, a lot of the rules are gonna remain. There's gonna be some adjustments here and there. Some things kind of like, sort of like reduced a little bit. Things retooled to be different names. I think Balanced has like a new name now or something. So you can start playing now. The big thing is what was announced today, which is the picture in my thumbnail, is that they are planning the next season of Kill Team to be rotational for teams, to be like competitively viable or not. So if you're aiming for competitive and you want to really get started now, you kind of need to look at that list to see if there's a team that you want, like now specifically, that you're okay with being considered not for tournaments later. Because so far they've given us the knowledge of the teams that'll only be around for a year after the launch and the teams that'll only be around for about 2 years after the launch. And as they said, they can adjust it as they please. It's not necessarily set in stone for them, the duration of time these teams can have. But if it comes down to learning the rules, it sounds like a lot of it will be samey. The big ones that change are probably going to be the most annoying for you in the current role, which is the most annoying for most players, which is the obscuring rule stuff. The changes to it, which I hope to put out in a video here soon now that the audio recording in here is a bit more balanced. It seems to be better. Like, it seems to just be that obscuring and stuff is either you are within an inch of heavy terrain, which means you're in cover, I think. And then if you're outside of that inch, you're obscured. You can still be shot. It's just at a reduction. So there's like, it's a bit more flat in terms of the terrain rules and such that they've done, which I think is better. I think it's a little bit more understandable for people. But again, they have talked now that they're going to kind of move the game in the direction of a lot of card games, where they're going to try to rotate competitive things out to try to keep it fresh and new, as they put it. The wording in the article isn't really that great. It's hard to tell what exactly they mean by that, whether that means they can be rotated back in, whether that means they might be like cool with just people using the non-classified if they're going to have multiple types of tournaments based on the different versions. Like, we have no idea what's going on. It's not a very clear picture going forward. It's a little bit peculiar. It's a system that a lot of people don't think, as far as I can tell, matches up well with a tabletop game. It's better for card games. Weird with tabletop games. But we need to see kind of what happens in that direction. Expect, since this article dropped, that by the end of the day, you're going to see a ton of thumbnails pop up all over the internet with, it's over. It's doomed. It's not that they're purposefully keeping it unbalanced. There's something they're doing, because they made it sound like the teams that are going to be considered declassified, which means for non-tournament play, I think, right? Let me double check the terminology. Classified year 1 and 2. Yeah, the teams that become declassified will still get updates. You'll be able to play them like in clubs, casually, and all that stuff. But, like, I don't know. And okay, with Underworlds, because I dabble in Underworlds. I'm not like fully vested in it, like completely. I've got like 6 teams. Recently, they've updated decks of cards, but prior to those updates, you were able to just use the old ones until the new ones came out. They've updated rules sets. Are there teams that have been cycled out of Underworlds so far? Because I haven't heard of teams that are cycled out. It's mostly the decks of cards that are cycled out. Some of the teams aren't cycled out, but then their rules just aren't that great for the newer versions. So it's like they've been meta cycled, I guess, in a way. Because like, yeah, there's teams that just aren't great. Neophyte, say hi. Soup time. While we wait for the phthalo blue to dry. Oh yeah, no. Dude, people have been saying it not just about Underworlds. Dude, there's been people who are like, 40k is done. A rule changed. No one's playing 40k anymore. Meanwhile, you got people traveling the country like War Games Live being like, I've never seen this many people playing 40k. It's great. Oh. Homemade chicken noodle. So good. So yeah, the plan now is that with the backs of these guys, we're gonna try to dust it with Liquitex white. And then we need to pick a radioactive color. We might actually multi-stage this. We might do a dusting with green and then a dusting with shortures, so that it's like almost like a pinnacle glow. Dude, the fact that they haven't released a ton of the, like, what have we seen get dropped? The Scout box, sure, but is the Scorpion box out? I don't think it is, right? Oh no, the Scorpion box is out. So we have Scorpion Scouts, but then that's it. And like all the teams are out. And it's so weird. It's so weird we're not getting the solo releases of like the other boxes. Meanwhile, they're like, next version of game. But yeah, the main part of the article that really got me was when they said that even though the teams are leaving competitive, you can still play them in large 40k. I get why they're saying that, because if you notice, a lot of the kill teams coming out right now are just teams from 40k that have been revamped. Maybe they've got an upgrade sprue for new weapons or some new visual aesthetic stuff. You know, simple stuff like that. So they are basically just... Kill Team is the launch pad for new 40k stuff, which pisses off all the 40k players. I can say that from experience. Because I've watched everyone at the store be like, God damn it, I really want the Jaegers. Well, the 3 people that play Votan. And it's like, I don't necessarily think this method of releasing the game is a good idea. As much as maybe just releasing the models normally, and then releasing like kill team packs, right? Like a basic kill team pack where you get the terrain pieces, like kind of how they did Beta Decima. You get the cards for the rules, and then maybe there's boxes that have box art on them that's like 40k and Kill Team. So like the Jaegers would already be out for Votann, and it would just say 40k and Kill Team or something somewhere on the box. That way it appeases everyone. I mean, the 40k players buy it out, the Kill Team players get mad that they weren't fast enough and then buy from online sources that are less than savory. And then everyone just gets it the way they want it versus, like, I think at the store right now, one of the local stores to me, they have 3 Kill Team, I want to say Nightmare. They either have 3 Nightmare or 3 of the newer box with the Brood Brothers. Just sitting on their leaving the store soon shelf. Because everyone in that store wants something in that box. They don't want all of it. I don't even... The fact that they showed in the announcement for the next... And by the way, I'm referring to it more as 2.5. I think I'll refer to it as 2.5 in like another video. Because it's not like a full strip down. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to call it 3.0. There's definitely some alterations. Maybe there's enough of an alteration to call it 3.0. I don't know. But like the fact that the page that they released to be like, hey, this is the new version of Kill Team, has a picture of the Phobos, I believe. I think it's the Phobos fighting the Hive fleet. It's like, hey, this is the new. It's like, no, it's not. You guys are getting rid of that. Why is that there? And now it's making me think, like, are they keeping some? Because they do want co-op to work. Maybe they're keeping the stat sheets for the Hive fleet. Maybe there's some basic rules for them that aren't really updated. And then you could play Hive Fleet. It's not going to feel great, but you can play them if you want. So the first iteration of Kill Team that came out was actually in White Dwarf. I actually saw it launch, and I was like, ooh, this could be cool. But I didn't buy White Dwarf back then, so I didn't really get it. And I was like, whatever. Maybe someone will talk about it, and I'll think of maybe getting the rules or something. So it came out in White Dwarf. It just said on the cover, 40k Kill Team, like a new way to play or something. And it was supposed to be individual models that you could sort of stack with gear. Like, you could make them very unique. It'd be like a Space Marine with like a Vox scanner, which increases this or changes that. Like, it was really cool as an idea. I think it was still you go, I go, where like one team would entirely move and shoot and do all their things and the other team would do it. They didn't really kind of have it fleshed out and no one liked it, so no one played it. And then technically Kill Team that everyone knew from, I think, what, 2018? That was 2.0, but that was the first like standalone release of Kill Team. Where it wasn't just, hey, hopefully you have that magazine to get the rules. I think that came out in like 5th edition. It was like 4th or 5th edition. Sorry, I'm nomming on soup. I'm so hungry. No. Dude, I do not understand YouTube's music. Every now and then the codec breaks and it's just like static. This is the same song you were just listening to. Every time I hear that static, I think that the group, the small group at Google that made YouTube Music a thing, that basically turned it into actually like a good thing, unionized, and then immediately all got laid off. That's my first thought. is like, man, they did a good job until they got laid off because, you know, Google was drastically not paying them well. To the point where they had to unionize to try to fix it. They got laid off at a government meeting. They went in to like try to get a hearing or something because in the state that they were a group, like where they were hired, it's supposed to be that if a union asks a company to come to a table with like a deal and like rework their contracts, the company has to do it. So they asked Google, and Google said no. And so they had to go through a bunch of means to like go to the government to get the government to sign something to forcibly get Google to come to the table to try to rework a deal. And like at that meeting, one of the people walked in and was like, yeah, we don't need to do this anymore. They fired us all. And then they just walked out. I was like, holy crap. What? Okay, so let's get, now that I'm done eating, let's try to get some of this dusting done. We'll work on the dusting. New glove. And then like 3 months after I heard about the team getting laid off, I was in the YouTube back office and they were like, check out all the cool new features in YouTube Music. Oh my god, you people are savages. This can be thrown out. Lubricate the back end of this. Last song on the list. There you guys go. Liquitex White. One of the greatest airbrush whites you can use for effects. It's already the perfect consistency to come out of the airbrush. Careful with it though. 2 tournaments this weekend, but I'm only going to be able to make one of them, sadly. So we're going to do the Underworlds tournament, which means tonight I need to get the brush-up rules together. I need to figure out if I'm still going to play Ephelum's, which I might. I do really like how Ephelum's plays. I think we might 2-stage this back blow. We might do the green first and then the chartreuse. What we could do technically is chartreuse the tips and then try to only hit the bottom with green, and we could probably 1-pass it. Which would be more of an ideal. It could be. Technically, I feel like Heroes is probably like the closest thing to Underworlds, just without cards. Because it does require you to have like a board. And technically, I think Dark Tide is pretty much just Underworlds. Very limited on what you're going to play in that game, yes. And I don't think they're going to expand it further. I'm pretty sure it's a one-off box. That they were probably hoping Dark Tide, the actual game, was going to be a lot larger and more beloved by now before they released it. But, yeah. Believe me, it'll all make sense in a second. A little too much. Clear some of the paint off the tip. But at the same time, I do kind of hope that they hyper focus on making the things that they are putting out that are new to like survive properly. I feel like if they did an Underworld's 40K, it would just be too distracting and it would separate too much. So Like, I don't know. Underworlds could have been a huge thing, man. I actually really liked the prospect of Underworlds. I feel like if they went about it a different way, it could have been like much more ridiculous and awesome. But like they took the part of the deck building and the trading card type stuff out of it in a way where it was annoying. Like they should not have gone that far to remove like the trading card system and make it more of a you have to be in the right place at the right time just to buy the boxes so that you could have like the 1 or 2 cards from the set that you need. That's like the one gripe. But that's why I play pre-built. I love pre-built. Pre-built. Because it doesn't involve any of the deck building. But like, could you imagine themed blocks of cards being released that you could purchase at like Target and stuff? Getting hyped about a release of a new set. Yo, you looking forward to Death's End? It's going to be a great block. I can't wait to see how it works with my Ephilums. Looks like there's a lot of control options that I really would want in my Ephilums deck. Like, I feel like that could be cool. But it's just not there. I think we do it. We could short-truce the tips first. We try for a 1-tap. Mostly because it's less work. That's kind of the thing, though, right? Probably one of the biggest missed opportunities within Games Workshop is crossover and timing of product. I think that's probably one of the biggest things that has kept them from the absolute mainstream. Like, they're definitely big. I mean, that can't be denied. But when you have things happen, like a book drops about a small team of Catachan fighting a small detachment of Tyranids, and then you don't release a kill team of a small team of Catachans and a small team of Tyranids alongside it, it's like the combo is gone, right? Like, you're trying to run off of like side hype of something coming out and being like, yo, this is hype. And then you looking around and going, oh my god, that's part of it. It's also hype. And then you kind of like just re-hype yourself pretty much. And it kind of forces people to be like, yo, I want to know more. So like in Magic the Gathering, you can get like a brick of new cards and then maybe like a book in the world of that at the same time. And even though it's probably not like as big as the cards, the books at least sell well enough due to the cards being kind of tied in with it. Because there are people out there who are like, oh, do you know what happened with Jace, man? The reason Jace is like this in this new brick is because of this. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Nifty. Clear this gasket up a little bit. Then you get Jace sneakers and a jacket, and then everyone gets like his hoodie designed to look like Jace. Sharp with the short truce. But like GW would put out a book talking about the origins of the Thousand Sons, or like a really big, you know, world-changing, like world readjusting story of the Thousand Sons. Like, hey, guess what? They're in the webway kind of situation, and then not release any Thousand Son thing anywhere else. And it's like, oh man, I'm kind of hyped. Where's the Thousand Son kill team that's supposed to go along with this? The webway walkers or whatever. Like, nope. Where's the new model release for the 40K? Nope. If they could just nail the tie-ins, that'd be great. That'd be pog. kind of want them to be like a little bit glowy. A little bit self-irradiating. Granted, we're gonna have to hit that with the green anyway. But I do definitely feel like Warhammer 40k does need its half-hour per game. Right, like that's probably the one thing it doesn't have that it really needs. At least not that it doesn't have like in enough of a mainstream for me to know about it, right? Like maybe they do have it and just like a few people know about it. But I think that's kind of like one of the bigger borders, right? These are being used for my Gene Stealer cults. Since I play Biosanctic, which is heavily Gene Stealer based, I kind of wanted like that special squad, right? Like this is going to be my Patriarch squad, and my Patriarch will hopefully one day when it comes out be the alpha that they showed. So I finally got to... I was wondering where I saw it, because I was like, why do I not have the bigger mouse stream? Like, I could have swore there was a bigger mouse stream that I saw, and it was because they showed it off when they were launching Biosanctic, but it wasn't going to be coming out with Biosanctic. Which was very annoying. You're talking about the biophagus, my little character in the corner. Oh, no, you're talking about the release. Okay, so if he was out already, probably. He would have probably been my biophagus. But the stuff's coming too slow, and I kind of want to start using my Gene Stealer cults. Because I gotta tell you, I love Thousand Suns, but after playing Biosanctic, like for the first time, I kind of want to keep playing Biosanctic. Like these guys are pretty pog. So Biosanctic in 40k with Gene Stealer cults, they get +1 to their attacks when they charge. Consider that the Gene Stealers can advance and charge, and they get infiltrate, I believe. So let me go over the combo with you guys, because there is very explicit reason why I've done some of the things I've done with my builds and paint jobs recently. So we've got all these guys now. We've got my 30 total Gene Stealers. We've also built 18 additional neophytes. The reason we've done this is because neophytes have changed. You need to have a full squad of 20 in order to incorporate the 2 heavies and 2 light weapons, or 2 mediums, I guess. which kind of screwed up because I had built the 10-man squads with 2 heavies and 2 mediums, which was normal before. So now you actually need 20 to go that far, which means you also needed 2 extra units on hand to be able to take a medium and heavy out in order to take a 10-man squad. I did not have that, so I could only run 1 neophyte squad at any point in time. That kind of sucks because those are fodder and they are great. So now I'm going to have a squad of 20. The idea is that I'll have a Biophagus. The Biophagus is going to have the upgrade that gives him and his squad, I believe it is, infiltrate. There's the word. So the way it's going to work is, depending on who I'm playing against, if I'm playing against a team that's like, I have a ton of scouts or something, I put the Biophagus as a sacrifice that I'm completely cool with into a squad of 20 neophytes, and I infiltrate that squad in front of the enemy deployment zone in a line. Behind it, I put 30 gene stealers hidden in walls with a patriarch. So your only option in the game is to get blocked by 20 neophytes and then have an oncoming wave of 30 gene stealers and a patriarch, which are going to move 8 inches with an advance roll on top of that and then charge you. That is horrifying. That is so many attacks because, again, +1 to attacks when they charge. They have 4 attacks base and they are really good at hitting. And then the patriarch squad has dev wounds. So like 10-man squad +1, that's 50 attacks plus that hit on, I think, 3s or 2s. I think it's 3s. That hit on 3s with a this guy who's going to have the upgrade for, I think, damage and AP on his attacks. It's whatever the damage upgrade is. He'll have it. He's going to provide the squad dev wounds. He himself has twin linked, so he's basically hitting with all of his attacks +1 alongside re-rolling everything with twin linked, looking for dev wounds. It is the most devastating melee I have seen in the game. Like, it's so horrifying. Meanwhile, I'm also going to have 2 aberrant squads, one with most likely an abominant, maybe both with an abominant. I don't know. Those are going to be deep struck onto points in middle, turn 2, to hold those points as the most horrifying, impossible. God, my connection. Connection back? We back? Reconnection successful. We good? Everyone here? That was weird. That was very weird. Are we back? Yeah, I guess we're back. But like, that's the thing. Like, this is a very, very devastating team in melee and everything. In a way that I really like. And everything kind of works together in a great way. Worst case scenario, my backline is a bunch of little dudes. Because honestly, what I did to my opponent with my Keller morphs, hilarious. Keller morphs, when you get within 12-inch range of them, can shoot you and move D6 inches. For free. Not an Overwatch. It's an actual, I'm shooting you for my normal attack. They shoot you, hitting you on 2s. Their weapons are actually really good now. You don't have to stack to make them good. They are passively good. So you just have 2 Keller morphs moving around the back line, holding down points while you have like a sniper or 2 on the far sides, and then maybe some neophyte fodder or a truck or something in the middle with some, with like the dynamiters, like screening your back line. And that's it. That's all you need, is this insane front line that's hard to kill and is going to destroy whatever it touches. That will revive. Because I think... No, Gene Stealers aren't battle line. And it doesn't even matter anymore, I don't think. I don't think anything gets +1. I think it's just roll. It's like a 3 on turn 1 and 2, and then a 4 on turn beyond. So here's the thing. We could go green as the secondary color. We could. Or we could go pink. And the chartreuse will mix into the pink. And make it a whole other color. I think I want to do pink for the eyes, though. But yeah, Biosanctic is the first team that I've built for, like a list, where I've seen an endgame that I'm like, yo, I kind of like this. Because the alternative to the 20 neophytes on the front line is if I'm going against a team that doesn't really want to rush up or doesn't move that well, then I can put the biophages into... I'm thinking of leaving one Aberrant squad open, because then I could put him in a 10-man Aberrant squad. That 10-man Aberrant squad gets Infiltrate instead. And then I can kind of frontline the Aberrants to actually tie something up. And then have the Gene Stealers behind it to rush up and be assholes, which is what they do best. I might pink it, because I think it'll turn it purple. Because if I go green, it'll be simple. But if I do like a pink, it'll make it look like almost xenochemical. Like it's a little weird. Is this guy actually good, or it feels like he's too light? Try pink, and then we could probably do the so flat red for the eyes. Leave the actual physical pink to the edge highlighting. Oh, you mean the in Kill Team? That is one of the teams that looks like. Did it say 1 year? I think it was a 1 year, right? I don't know. Farstalker is a 2. Okay. That's not bad. Dude, Farstalkers I think are better than people expect. I just don't think people play them. Because almost every tool they have in their toolbox feels like it should work. And I think in the new edition, they're going to work really well. Because you don't have to worry that much with them. You don't have to leave too many of them behind. It is about holding middle. They're a horde army. So, like, go. It's going to be great. The ability to just put stuff places and be like, you sure you want to go that way? You sure you want to contend with a Skinner and the shotgun that's going to rip all of your people apart because it's basically a torrent melta? Like, what? Sure you want to go that way? I think they're good. Because if anything, right? If anything should point to why they're good, the game me and my buddy played where we recorded it and I messed up by firing my... I fired my death mark after teleporting it because I completely forgot about the heavy. Like, I absolutely forgot about heavy there. So even though I fired my death mark and I also got turn 1 initiative and did the most annoying thing ever with my leader by giving him like 4 APL, move dashing him up a building, causing him to then blast most of his units off the field. Like, I wiped half his team, or like at least a third of his team in one go, and we tied. We tied. Actually, I think he won by a point. But like that's crazy to me that Farstalkers we don't hear about as much, because they should be doing really good. They just have too much useful function in the game for them to just not do good. I'm guessing it's because people don't like how their equipment setup works, because their equipment's kind of like too basic. There's really not a lot of fun in their equipment at all. Ooh, we also have the gooey gel that I mixed. We might be able to drip off of their faces or something. That could be cool. I'm willing to attempt the pink. I'm willing to see how the pink plays out as kind of the exterior paint to all of this. We do need to be careful about its application. I like it. Like, it feels like Xenos bioluminescent radiation or something. It's kind of cool. This is going to be hard to show you guys. Must darken. Because the pink plus the chartreuse kind of goes a little orange-red, which is nice. Pink and yellow, baby. Makes it a really nice looking orange. This is the fun part about transparency paint. Like if you ever use paints with decent transparency, like most fluorescent paints are very transparent, which is why you use white ink as a base. You can kind of pre-assess how a color is going to shift like this. Like if we didn't do all over chartreuse, this would be an orange fading into a pink, which could look really cool if that's the way you want to go with it. But like, there was a guy who wanted to show off a method he used for how to paint the sails on his Dark Eldar vehicles. So what he would do is he would paint the whole sail white. He would paint part of it, I want to say like a blue. He would like go onto it with an airbrush and hit it with like a little blue. Like near the middle, right? Like close to the, what the hell is the boat term? Boat terms now. Put them in chat. The mast, there we are. So he'd put it close to the mast, and then he would go back in with a yellow, like a just straight up yellow airbrush paint. And what it would do is the mast would then be yellow to purple, which looked really cool. Because people always complain about having to like go back when you're doing yellow to have to apply like a new paint, right? Because you have to, if you're doing yellow, you kind of want to start from white no matter what. Because you're not going to find a flat yellow. It's a near impossibility. And his solution was figuring out what colors, when mixed with yellow, become other colors. And then just do that. That's a little pink there. So like that's kind of a cool little blend, which I'm really happy with. I could probably go back into the rest of them and apply a little past to get the pink to pop out like that, which we might actually do because I do really like how it looks. Euphoria ass music. Love it. But yeah, we're running this guy as the Patriarch for now. Because, yeah, I saw that post when Segundus was announced, and I remember seeing a large Gene Stealer. I was like, that'll be my Primarch. I thought that came in the box. Turns out it did not. On the skulls below him. Make it look like he's kind of glowing a little bit on him. Perfect. Alright, let's go back through the ones that don't have too much pink on them. Give them little hits of it. A little excess. Try to tie them all in together. Oh yeah, did they show the mouse drains on? Oh god. Yep. Hang on. Oh, the curse of relying on Tamiya. It's basically disconnected this whole thing by me touching the claw because it's not actually being held on properly. I need to just cut my losses and only use like mainline glue for a lot of this. I try to use Tamiya because of the whole like, oh, it melts it together. And it's like, oh, that's cool. I love that idea. But then like 9 times out of 10, it just doesn't actually do what it said. And instead I now have to like make sure to glue this back on in a way where it's fine. I'm gonna have to just use regular glue. I feel it. This is not a glowing review for Tamiya, but like, this is something I have to deal with every time I use it. There's always one model that's like, hey, guess what? I didn't actually glue together. And I'm like, you asshole, come on. Yeah, no, like, if the mouse drains weren't as expensive, like, this box that I bought of, what was it? It was like 4 brain ticks. It was like 4 brain ticks and 6 6 Gene Stealers, it was like $55. Whereas you can just buy 10 Gene Stealers for like 45 about. Like, it's whatever the update is of like 40 something. That doesn't feel good when you need to buy a ton of stuff. Now, having like a one-off of like a special one or something, that could be cool. That's why I'm happy we're doing this one squad. Been pinked. This guy needs to be pinked a little. But these models are great. Like, if these were the standard Gene Stealer models, that'd be fantastic. I hate putting them together, but still, model equal awesome. Because if you're not familiar with a standard Gene Stealer model, the way you put it together is it's sort of just like get the legs onto the bottom, right? You get your mid-waist, your legs. There we go. Here, let me grab one. So you get your mid-waist, your legs, which standard. And then the upper arms, for the most part, not all of them, but for the most part, the front and back arms are the same component that are glued cleanly into a single like shoulder slot, and then you glue the head on. It's not that bad. Some of them are a little bit advanced like this one, but most of them are just very classic, you know, like quick machine, get them all done super quick system where you're not even that worried about it anymore. These, the mouse strains, are occasionally glue the hand into the rest of the arm, which that always sucks. That's a classic, I would say that's a classic Necromunda thing, though. Necromunda is always about gluing the tiny part that shouldn't necessarily need to be glued, but then they just make you do it. Because, you know, do it, I guess. So let me clean this up and clear the airbrush, because technically we have a half hour. I can technically go over because I don't really have a lot to do today, and we can almost get all of this done in like one go. Which will make the next 2/3 of doing this not feel as bad, which is great. But yeah, you glue one of the hands into the wrist. Every arm is a separate arm. The way they socket in, there's a shape that sockets, but that shape is multi-directional. So technically the arm could go down, up. So there's a little bit of adaptation, which I have tried to put into this to give a lot of them a feeling of difference. Like this one and this one are the same model. So let me clear the airbrush and show you what I'm talking about. Which I actually kind of like this. If Games Workshop could bring back minor adaptability in a way where you don't have to like cut and trim and do all that crazy stuff that a lot of people do now, where they're like, oh, I want the hand to be turned sideways, so I need to cut it off at the wrist and then do the rotation after cleaning up the cut and all. It's like, okay, it's not the worst. Here, it's gonna get loud for a second, everyone, because I'm gonna blast the air out of this. But like right now with how models are, it's more that you need to like razor blade parts and then reassess and put them back in different ways that sort of match the pose you actually want. It just makes it harder to pose a model. Whereas the old way was a little bit easier. Granted, it felt like there was a lot of parts bleed. Basically parts that were in the box that no one needed, because they were specifically positioned and shaped in a way that made people like think you could use them all, but you would only use like, oh, I want the bolt gun up or forward. And everyone was like, well, I just want all the bolt guns forward. So then there'd be a bunch of like up arms that just didn't matter. But yeah, so these are the same model. One you have like, I decided to make the backhand go forward, and one I made the backhand go back. This is the actual way it's supposed to be. This is the way I decided I wanted it. And it's the same shape, same general gist, but it feels different enough because of the general pose of one arm to make them kind of be a little unique, which I like. All right. Clear this off the desk. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna switch modes to paint mode. Regular brush time. I think the first thing we're going to do is work on the brains. The plan here, let me grab my wet palette, which I don't think I'm going to use right away. We will use the fidget popper. Always good, always good. Move the flow improver back. replace it with my brush cleaner. I might put a little bit of the pink stuff soap in my brush cleaner. That way I'm technically pink stuffing every time. Now, Pro Curl White. We'll need that and a decent layer brush. Detailed enough that I don't get too many of the talons. So we're going to do two different colors at the end of the day. They're both going to be fluorescent, and they're going to be kind of like an all-over thing. For the Psychic Familiars, I think we do blue, because it's Psychic Familiar. For the spawn points, we're going to do probably purple, because that's kind of the Gene Stealer color. And again, we want to use those mostly if I use the Biosanctic ability that forces a respawn point to move, but then also only become Gene Stealers. So I have to have a Gene Stealer squad in reserve from being killed. And then if my opponent gets close to it, I can just scrap it, pick it up, move it, turn it into one of these, and be like, okay, my Gene Stealers are coming back right there. Which the great part about the Gene Stealers coming back is that they are very quick. So if my opponent moves, I can kind of be like, look, if you roll 6s on all of your advance rolls from this moment forward, what's the farthest you can go? And I'll just put it outside of that range. Floating brain tick. It's like a servo skull that's been mutated, I guess. When I look at it, all I think is you need more overlords. That's all. That's all I hear in my head. You need more overlords. Spawn more overlords. A little spike in color. I'm going to try to keep the big spikes separate. Hopefully this works. I am actually a little internally worried that my paint scheme for my Gene Stealer cult technically isn't battle ready. Because to my understanding, battle ready is supposed to be more related to like trying to get the general colors in. Like it would be armor color, flesh tone, stuff like that. I hope, and I'm pretty sure, stylized paint jobs like this would still work. I know for local tournament play, like 90% of the people won't give a crap. So it's probably not that big of a deal. But still, we get a couple really big tournaments near here. And I'd hate to be like, I'm going to play Gene Stealer cults at this one and then show up and have them be like, that's not battle ready. And be like, no. I put so much time and effort into making them. psychic familiars, as well as markers for one-off abilities. That'll be these small-based ones. The 32-based ones will be specific ambush points. In particular, as I've talked about already, in Biosanctic, there is a one command point function where if you shatter one of my ambush points by getting near it, I can pay the command point to move it. But if I move it, only a dead Pure Strain Gene Stealer squad can come back from it. So if I have a Pure Strain Gene Stealer squad that's dead, because hopefully I had them in on you turn 1, and then it died and now I'm bringing it back, that allows me to move it in your move phase when you have moved up to try to break it. And the best part about that is that means it's basically a one command point rapid ingress that I get to kind of pre-call the shot on. So it's like an extra rapid ingress. So technically if I have 2 command points in your movement phase, I could do this after you shatter one to maneuver the base away from you, and then bring them in slightly away from you so that I can charge in the following turn. And then if I have another unit like a Aberrant squad in reserve, I can then pay to rapid ingress them with 1 command point after, and then technically I've got 2 units coming in your end of move turn. I don't know, it's kind of cool. I like it. So yeah, these will represent those specific things. One will be near the Aberrant for his one-off revive. One will be near, if I have my Icon Ward on the field, it'll be near him to show that he has the one-off move. There's going to be one following around my Patriarch to show that he has the one-off double range Battle Shock. Because his whole thing is to literally just make people within 6 inches of him constantly take battle shocks. And when it's time to do the battle shock again, I can just sacrifice the one psychic familiar that he's with and go, okay, now it's 2 times. It's 12 inches. Everything within 12 has to take battle shocks, which is super useful. So yeah, mostly markers, which I like. They're thematic. They're a little more thematic than my current revive points. My current revive points are just, you know, like Gene Stealer cult symbols on a base. And it's like, there we go. What's up, Go For It? How you doing? But yeah, I've decided I'm going to paint the flight stand black. Someone actually suggested this in a tournament that they were playing in that I was watching, because he had a lot of flyers on the field and all their flight stands were painted black, and people in the chat were asking about it, and the host was like, oh, he does that because he hates how they look, because they usually have like air bubbles in them, they reflect a lot of light. He doesn't like the clear flight stands, so he decided it was less distracting when he played to have black flight stands. And I was like, oh, let's try that. Because on models painted like this, with like the whole night fight theme and like dark colors and all that, I feel like having the clear flight stand will be a distraction to the overall paint scheme, just because it is so dark. And then the flight stand is just like, I'm reflecting the room light everywhere. Do they give you, if the person buys a bunch of trucks and is just like, I want to use trucks in my army, which GSC, yeah, you want to use trucks in your army. It's a factor of life. There's so many neophyte bodies that come from the truck sprue that you could easily just do that off of just the trucks. Honestly, if I kept or remembered where I put most of those sprues, I probably wouldn't have needed to have purchased new neophytes. I probably could have just been like, oh yeah, let me just get some little bases together and put these guys on it. Sure, I got my camera tomorrow. I can get some recording of the Underworlds tournament, so I can get some B-roll together. Don't even know if I'm going to need the B-roll anytime soon. I like getting a bunch of B-roll together for the purposes of just doing whatever, going down the road. I need to start like organizing it to be like, oh, here's some Underworlds B-roll for if I ever want to talk about Underworlds in a video where I'm talking about like maybe a rules update or something coming to it that's actually really cool. Plop that bad boy in there. Hold the phone.
I feel like all the airbrush gradients we did happened much faster than this. God. Block painting brains, baby. I just realized what I can call the paint scheme that I did for my my Bramble Night Haunt Underworld's Army team thing. I can call it the Grateful Dead because it looks like a tie-dye shirt. It'll be just my luck that I'll go to the tournament tomorrow for Underworlds, and they'll have a Mouse Train Alpha in the store, and I'll just be like, damn it. All this work I did to make a Mouse Train Patriarch off of a basic Mouse Train gone, because that Alpha looks glorious. It's halfway between a Gene Stealer and an Abominant. That's what makes it look so good. It's what I realized, because its one arm is basically an Abominant arm. And then it has like the Abominant carapace on its back, but then its face and like other half of its body is just a Gene Stealer. It's kind of cool. 2 more, and then we have to do it again. This time with fluorescent paint. One more. Come on. I'm doing reps at the gym, Jesus. It almost feels the same way, because I do a thing that I've heard other people do, and I thought it was just me. but it's something I picked up on when I was, you know, getting into illustration and doing all of that. If I'm getting serious on a project, I tend to hold my breath when I'm like doing a pen stroke or a brush stroke or something. So like you got that weird deoxygenation of your body while you're holding your breath, trying to make sure the brush stroke goes where it needs to go. And you're just like testing your limits before you asphyxiate. I don't know, it's just weird. It's like the breathing in and out during a big rep. Yeah, you usually don't notice it till someone tells you. You're just like, oh yeah. I guess I've been doing that the whole time. All right, so where we go from here, we want to do blue on some, purple on the others. So let me get the fluorescent blue, fluorescent violet. Split them up. These will be violet. So we'll start with the blue on the tiny ones. That way we know they are the psychic familiars. Because as we all know, blue means psychic. I gotta head out real quick. I'll be right back. Studio mode, BRB, Candleman, fade. Be right back. Dear God. Candleman. BRB. Fade. I just want to get these very close to done, so I can get some pictures taken. That's all. That's all I want. And thankfully, because fluorescent paints are very transparent and high flow is also very flowy, these are basically contrast paints. With how they end up working. Kind of be a little loose with them. Probably up the brush size to a more layer brush to be able to apply the layer faster. There it is. I'm wondering where I put it. Make sure the coffee staining doesn't really occur too much. Push it around a little bit. Smooth some areas out. think the video I do will be for next week, because if I have the tournament tomorrow, it's going to be hard. And I think the video is going to be kind of an overall, like, where's Kill Team going kind of situation. Because there's been a lot that's come out. Like, I wanted to talk about Nova, and then almost immediately they released, like, more information, and then actually went over how the teams are going to be handled going forward. So, like, they've done a lot since Nova. So if I could do, like, a culmination. It's the problem when you're not fast enough to just drop videos all the time, is that, like, the moment you're like, hey, let me drop a video on what they just talked about, more information lands, and you're like, oh, I gotta add this in maybe? And then it just keeps happening. Thankfully, we've got the audio set up for recording specifically to where I kind of want it to be. I do need to put some more noise dampening tiles up soon. That should be this weekend, I think on Sunday. Because I noticed when I was recording that I was hearing an echo. It's because I'm looking at my kitchen when I was talking. If I turn to the window instead, that I have a sound dampening tile in, because it's like a big windowsill, then the echo goes away. So it's like, oh, I just need to reposition. I almost flipped out a little bit because the old computer I recorded on is currently at my friend's house. That way I can have a computer there if I ever go back there to hang out for like a weekend or something. I'll just automatically have a computer. And it's great. But when I got here, I found out that the backups that I had set in my editing program for like what the audio should be with my voiceover to get it to be what it needs to be, I had an old one. Like, I didn't have the 2.0 that I had updated to. I had the old one, which didn't really sound that great, that I actually had to like spend a whole day working up because the original just did not work the way it was supposed to. It sounded just really awkward. So I was like, oh no, because I just left his house and he was going back to work after Labor Day and all that. And I was like, oh god, I don't have anything. It's all gone. But then I realized a couple of the shorts in the files that I had, you know, just sitting around on the computer had the information built in for the new voiceover stuff. So I had to actually just copy it that way. So we thankfully didn't have to go through hours and hours of either talking to my friend over the phone who doesn't edit videos on how to open my video editing program, back up the information that I need, and then put it in a Dropbox for me to download from. Spend a day driving out there later in the day because I'll be at work earlier to then do it myself, just on an offhand, you know, half-hour drive both ways, just to grab one file, just so I could get some audio recordings done. I was not happy when I saw that the files weren't right. I was so not happy. So is it confirmed that they're making a legend for new kill team? Are you talking about like the old teams or the compendium? It sounds like because they're going rotational on competitive teams, that we're gonna see most likely, like, the teams will still exist in casual. If you want to play like a co-op game with someone, or if you're at a club and they don't play only classified teams and they're like, yeah, you can play declassified here, then yeah, you can continue playing them. But if somehow the general gist of kill team shifts into like only classified matters, that's all we want to play kind of situation, then what's going to happen is a lot of the older teams like Legionary and stuff, you're going to need to be able to run them as newer teams. If you can, you're going to need to be able to find a way to like slot Pathfinders in as something else after about a year of the new season. Phone call. Compendium, honestly, the more I look at what they're doing, the more I think what's going to happen here is that Compendium is going to be mostly co-op enemies, and not all Compendium. It's going to be like Plague Bearers, it's going to be Poxwalkers, it's probably going to be Tyrannid. There's going to be a bevy of co-op enemies that are probably related in some way, shape, or form to certain Compendium teams. Now again, this is opinion. We still don't know the full scope of what's going to happen. But this is what I think is going to happen, because they've talked very avidly about how kind of like some of this works, right? Like they've talked about, you know, playing a co-op game where you're fighting Poxwalkers. Well, how do you fight Poxwalkers if Death Guard aren't a thing? Oh, it's because the information is there for Poxwalkers as some kind of co-op enemy, and then after that point, that's about it. And that's all I can think of. So you're going to have access to a degree to the units, but mostly as like a co-op enemy type, I'm guessing. I can't imagine Custodes will come forward as a co-op enemy type. Although they could, and they could do it all as some kind of co-op enemy type, and Custodes could be like hard mode enemies, where you try to take on a squad of 4 and they're all really good and have like, they're basically tuned to the way they should have been the whole entire series, which is like 4 APL kind of situation. Shoot twice, shoot an extra time at the end of the game. Maybe they'll all get Overwatch on you at that point. So it could be like, hey, let's co-op play some Xenos. And let's fight a Custody 4-man. And get completely Shrek'd because they're overtuned. That could be a thing. But yeah, from the sound of it, Compendium's basically gone. They're not even on the list for competitive teams that are going to get phased out. So if they did update their rules, it would be for like no purpose really. Because at this point, they're basically saying no Compendium team can play in a GW sanctioned, like GW run tournament. Again, we'll see what happens with local tournaments. We'll see if they all go, well, I guess we all have to run classified only or something. We'll see. We'll see. I'll have to bring all of this up in a video. Yeah, it's what it seems like. I wish, dude, I wish I could like Discord call one of the devs and have like a sit down talk to try to fill in the blanks. But I think they left a lot of the information open so that they could make adjustments, right? Because what they could do in the future is be like, oh yeah, Legionary are coming back. We've updated the team heavily, so there's a lot of cool new rules in this new season, so we're bringing the Legionary back up and online with all their big updates. So if you're new to the game and you want to try to play Legionary, go grab a squad, start working on the conversions and all that stuff. And if you already have your Legionary, you know, dust them off. Get ready for an interesting season where we've adjusted how the marks work and blah, blah, blah. And like that could be cool, is putting a team on the like off season while waiting to get it back for a new season where they make big adjustments to it, giving you reason to continue to hold on to it. But like, doubt it. I feel like with the move that they've made to all rules free, they're trying to attempt to find a way to get like a guaranteed cash flow out of Kill Team. Because I mean, it is a game being made by a company that needs to make money, so yeah. you're not getting people to buy a ton of books and cards and terrain every season switch, you gotta get them to, you know, keep buying new teams if they want to stay a part of the Kill Team League, I guess. Would be the overall concept. Oh yeah, co-op being added is pretty cool. It was pretty cool that they did it. I think there were people who were kind of like homebrewing it a little bit. They would homebrew like co-op boss fights and stuff. Because the mechanics of how the Kill Team activations work are very close to how like an initiative sequence in D&D works with a fight. So like technically you could have the boss be like initiative 4 and then everyone else has like their own initiatives, and then on the track the boss goes like 4 times in a row. Allowing him to do like a ton of crazy stuff. So like there's a lot of cool fan conversion stuff with Kill Team, because at its core it's a pretty good basic setup for how to do something. All right, let me grab my fluorescent red. We will go through all of these. Hit their eyes. And then we will continue on into the mouse strains and also hit their eyes. So not all of these have eyes. stand-in patriarch. The only one with the tentacle face. This is an eyeless. Also an eyeless. Ooh, multi-eyes. Nice law. So beyond that, if I'm not mistaken, the goal now is to get some fluorescent pink in here. Hit it with the Pro Acryl. Give it a little bit of opacity. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm running out of white. That's not good. Mix, 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 mix. Do it a different way. Water it down a little bit. It's a little too fluidy, which means it's a little bit too on the side of the fluorescent. I need to do more white than fluorescent. What's up, Francois? Nice. I feel like the Castigator should be good, but I think he's only good in a Horde meta, at least specifically the Chaos one. Cause like, I don't know, man. I used him at a tournament and it felt like he never did anything. And the one game where I was doing well, I had him so close to all of my my brigands that I was like, all right, cool. All my brigands have, you know, sustain 1, which is massive for the Gatling gun wielding knights. And by the end of the game, I had rolled 0 sustains after like staying alive every turn. Like, that was baffling to me. Quick highlights going. God damn, I want my Castigator to work. I really do. 'Cause I do like it. I like the idea of it. Oh, so beautiful. So beautiful. No.
Wait, the Castigator? Like the General Knights Codex? Sure. But like, I think there's going to be a Chaos Knights Codex. I just don't know why they didn't say, hey, you're getting both codexes at the same time. That's wild to me. A little bit. That they'd be like, oh yeah. Imperial Knights coming. And I was like, well, wait. You know there's not a lot of knights, right? Like, would you not release the Chaos Knights Codex simultaneously? What's happening here? Like, the Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights are basically like the same line. There's only a couple differences. So to be like, we're only announcing one of the two. It's like, oh, you guys are assholes. Man. But yeah, Castigator should be in, right? If not, I just spent a ton of money on a unit that I was told I could use and then have it immediately taken away from me. Which, okay, I'm not gonna say that that doesn't happen. But I mean, they did just release that double box. Feels kind of garbage to do it that way, though. I mean, we got the chaos stuff. It's just more from the perspective of if you're trying to... I mean, I guess... Okay. I guess it's not the worst, because if they did release both, it would make new people kind of, like, crazy in terms of wanting to get the new models. And, like, they'd be like, oh, yeah, the knights, now that I see them, I kind of want an army of knights. And it would drastically increase people wanting it as a product, which would make it sell out heavily. So by releasing them kind of separately, I guess it would cause, like, a much slower wave to occur, where people aren't just trying to buy out over top of each other. Maybe that's like the benefit we're getting here. In a weird way, it's kind of useful.
He's so pink. It's fluorescent chartreuse, which we then hit with pink. The pink turned it into a red-orange. And then we extended past the chartreuse area with the pink to then become pink again. Okay. I don't know who that is. I'm guessing it's over the kill team announcement that teams are going to be rotated out, or is there something else going on? Honestly, I don't really care. I'm a little bit perturbed by the whole, like, we're rotating teams. I do think it was a bad idea. Maybe they'll adjust some stuff to make it kind of make sense. Who knows? But, like, it is a little disheartening to see them be like, oh, yeah, teams will only last, like, 2 years. It's like, oh, cool. That limits the teams I want to buy. Thank you. Which is a little bit of a problem. We'll have to see. Because now, if you were to come to me and be like, hey, what team should I play? My first question is, do you plan on playing 40K? That's literally it. Like, if you plan on playing 40K, whatever team is currently available that army uses, play them. Because the moment they are pulled off the shelf, you need to have a place for them to go to feel like you actually spent your money on something. Because I'm about to lose some Hearthkin. Oh. I guess War Games Live was doing a charity stream today, so we had his dog on stream, I guess. I think it was his dog. I don't know. They were doing it out of a garage. I have no idea what I was watching. It was weird. Just games of Warhammer in someone's garage for charity. So they had Doggo Cam. What's up, Aka? We're doing alright. We're going well over time just because I do have time today. Trying to get these guys pretty much done in one sitting, honestly. And then I'm going to spend a bit tonight brushing up on Underworlds because I got a tournament tomorrow. I'm loving this. These guys came out really well. Yeah, the eyes being as wide as they are was a little weird. I mean, I kind of get it because these things are supposed to be like in constant darkness inside a ruined city. Which in that situation, usually something has huge eyes. But I kind of prefer the head that has no eyes. Where it's just armor covered. Meaning it hunts by some kind of like other sensory function. Which could be cool. Just feels better that way. Kind of like an actual xenomorph style situation. Sort of like Alien. Where it doesn't really have eyes. It more has like a gland that picks up a sense of living things. Get some edge highlights going. Got so many of these to go through, man. What time is it? Oh god, hour away from wanting to eat dinner. So outside of your Castigator, what are the projects you got going? Anything coming up? Anything you're really looking forward to? I'm actually really happy how these guys came out. I remember, are you one of those psychopaths that has a warhound? Or even a warlord titan? I feel like the problem with me buying one is it's so expensive that I would want to do crazy stuff with it. Like installing LEDs. I would go absolutely crazy to try to like make it as good as humanly possible. I feel like I'd have to figure out how to make sure all the LEDs are easily replaceable if they burn out. Dude, I would underglow the hell out of the arms. Like, I'm talking, I would have to figure out how to get one of those like cool LED light strips and wire it. So that like, I could have the battery attached to the bottom or inside of it. And then I'd have like the sensor to pick up the remote control for it somewhere. So we could be like, all right, it's going to be a red Titan today. It's going to be a blue Titan today. I feel like we're going to make this room look like a rave. We just have it do pulsing. Get the pulsate setting going. It would take me like a year to finish that model, I think. Above all, I'd be trying to figure out a way if I could like magnetically separate it. And then when I put it together, that's when like the full wiring goes between the parts. Really does look like he's in the middle of a rap battle. to re-glue. Might as well do it now. Let this be the PSA to anyone watching. Tamiya is an awesome glue that doesn't always work the way I feel like it should. It is supposed to melt components together. And that's cool. But what'll happen usually when I use it is that I put the components together and I hold them there. Well, so there's a trick. I have 2 microphones currently going right now. And if I move away from this one, you don't really hear me that well. I might need to reposition it a little bit so that you can get the actual audio. Which, I mean, that can be a thing, sure. But I'm not doing the lapel mics because the lapel mics constantly having frequency issues and cutting in and out was not great. So I have like a 2 microphone setup. I could probably undo the suppression on this microphone and it'll be fine. I don't know if that'll be the case. No, yeah, these are condenser mics. I'm supposed to be in front of it talking to you at all times, but when I'm painting, I can't. I feel like I should at some point get a shotgun mic, since that's more of like an area effect mic. But the issue is I have like a mic, I have a fridge over there. Like, you guys are potentially, if I don't set it up properly, you guys are going to be hearing like everything in my room just like going off occasionally. Fridge kicking it into cool down mode. Alternatively, I feel like people have kind of historically used lapel mics as like mini boom mics. I could probably run one from my mixer over to here. But that's the thing. It'll pick up so much in my room. I'm not in a sound studio. I've used multi-directionals and they'll be like, oh, what's that over there? As you're hearing like someone walking around on the floor above me. So, like, it's a little problematic. It might work, but it most likely is just going to give you guys a ton of sound that I don't want you hearing all the time. Because it's not pertinent. Careful with this because I don't know if it's fully glued in properly yet. Also, if I go shotgun, like, there's tricks with shotgun mics you can do where you cut down the decibels that it picks up and then it'll kind of like shrink the range it'll hear stuff at. So like maybe be a decent shotgun that I can put over here in a way that's kind of controlled. I could probably put it like above me towards me, and then that's it. It's fine. I got to get one that's not in the budget right now, because a good one is probably a couple $100. I could probably get away with like a mid-ranged one and not be that like worried about it. But that'll have to be for later. For now, we paint. Didn't really get the talons on this hand. And again, there is a muffle setting on right now for this microphone. I'm worried if I turn it off. So the muffle setting on my mixer is a condenser, basically. It's to make sure that if I talk too loud, it doesn't peak. So I turned it on because I was noticing one day that it was peaking a little bit if I really spoke up while streaming and recording. But I've had to turn it down for my SM7B, which is the voiceover mic. Like, I had to turn it off because it was getting too muffled. So the question is, if I can center this, since I'm not speaking directly into it all the time, will it be good enough to pick up the area around it without muffling it too much? The problem is where it needs to be is between me and this model. So, like, I won't see what I'm doing. XLRs like this, when balanced, you really need it to be like right next to your face so that it can pick up all of your voice, every like level of tone and all that. But that means I have to be in front of it. Like, it has to be right next to me. It can't really be a directional mic. But I can kind of imitate a directional mic if I turn up the gain and move it away from my face. But then you kind of hear like a bunch of weird stuff. Like, you'll hear the fan on my computer. And it's like, well, that's weird. I don't know if I like that. But here, let me, for the sake of an experiment, we can turn off the muffle setting. Maybe see how that plays out. So this is it without the muffle setting. I think I have to turn it down. Test. So that puts it up at the yellow, slightly into the red. So maybe that works, because I'm not anywhere near it. I'm just talking. But then the question is, what else do you hear in this room? I'm guessing you probably hear my headphones now, which I should probably turn down. Probably gonna need to do a listen back with this activated like this later to see how it sounds. If it's too loud, I can remuffle it. And then we'll just go from there for now. If it's too staticky and weird, I can just remuffle. So you just hear like a sound, I guess. Check. I turned the gain down a little bit. Well, I mean, I might as well get mine turned down so that everyone that pops in here can, you know, feel better about what they're listening to. That's always the trick. Give people the best audio experience. Because, yeah, this isn't really a directional mic. Adding like a boom arm to it and moving it to a different... Like, it's on a boom arm. It's right next to my head. It's just if I look to the left, because I'm paying attention to what I'm painting, you're not going to get the best audio quality. Now you're making me worry. How are all the claws? All the claws good? Claws are good. These are the guys with the 0 eyes. Now it's in a position where my brush keeps hitting it. No. Move it up a little bit. This guy's just out here jazz hands and jazz hands. Rhinos are the MVP of every game they're in. So maybe a command rhino. Which is wild because we were watching someone talk about like tournaments, and the sheer quantity of times Games Workshop tries to give people rhinos who've been playing the game forever, like box sets, battle boxes, like holiday boxes that are actually, even with the rhino not part of it, are a good deal. What ends up happening is that the players who purchase them, when they're at tournaments, they'll just like try to give people rhinos. Like they'll be like, anyone want a rhino? Because there's just there's too many. There's too many. You could apparently just get free rhinos from people at tournaments. There's an infestation. But they are super useful. Probably one of the best models for anyone that has access to them. Very durable. Very mobile. Capable of great things. And at an extremely low points cost for the benefit provided. The main thing that's like negative about them is that you need squads to be able to go in them in order to use it. But I'd almost say like a meme army of single units, like buy a bunch of command units and then just put them in a rhino without a squad. Like, that's a very meme-sounding list. I actually think it would work. Case question: are some teams getting rotated out completely after the seasons? I see they only have 30. I kind of wanted to try to take a look at that because I was wondering if there were any missing outside of compendium teams. Like, does it feel like any are missing? Because I think I see all of them when I check. I think they're only going to exist as stat lines on cooperative character enemies, right? Like things you're going to fight in co-op. I think that's where they're going to exist, which, yeah, it sucks. Especially since there's no NID alternative. Yeah, that's kind of another problem. Like, I'm gonna try to have a video out Monday. I was literally trying to get videos out throughout the week, but then like more news would drop, and I was trying to figure out how to do all of it all together. And now I'm like, this is a week, man. Since Nova's reveal, it's been like a constant extra thing, new thing, bonus thing, and like, some of it feels great. Some of it feels weird. Some of it feels like a misstep. And I think I'm going to try to do like a last week in Kill Team video for Monday, where we go over everything. Every moment unpacked in its entirety. Because there was a lot, man. Because, like, up until now, Kill Team was kind of pushed as the game you would play if you didn't want to buy a ton of stuff. And that you could spend a lot of time on a single squad. To, like, paint and get ready and, like, make it yours. And, you know, now you're the guy known as the person who plays Blooded, but they're all female. Like, that kind of thing. You put the effort in, you got everything together, cool. And now they're kind of making that obsolete. They're making it you need to figure out a quick way to paint so that when the team comes out, you now have a time limit for how many tournaments you can go to it with. So you're going to need to get it ready, get it going, learn it, get it on the table, just push. Make sure you got everything. Which is, that's a weird way to approach. The amount of people who have messaged me over time being like, I just got the starter set, I'm so happy. And I'm like, yay. And now I'm like, oh no.
Phone call. BRB, I gotta grab some laundry. Well, BRB. I ordered this 2 days ago. I wasn't expecting it here till next week. With that, once I get it built and all this stuff painted, my GSC will be done until the Mouse Train Alpha comes out.
should also have more black paint, which is good because we ran out of the black primer while we were doing just these, and we have like so many more models to do, man. Next week is pretty packed with projects to try to finish out my Gene Stealer cult. We gotta get a little bit of pink because everything is supposed to be semi dry brushed pink a little bit in this army. I gotta be careful though. These little tendrils fall off so easy. They're making it sound like they're about to drop the rules soon, which is weird. Because there is that tournament coming up next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend. I'm pretty sure the tournament isn't at all related to a rules drop. It's probably going to be a bit before we get anything. Still, it's just weird timing with all the announcements. And then the local store being like, hey, Kill Team tournament. So the main thing I need to look for is the Army Painter Anti-Shine Matte Varnish. I might need to put an order in for it now because it sounds like what they're doing is a lot of the distributors are starting to like take orders on it so they can send it out when they get more in later. Because that stuff is like crack, man. That stuff is gold. It is probably the best varnish I've used for models because it flattens metal. Like it just makes metal flat. There's still like a slight reflection built in, but for the most part, the metallics sort of like dull down. And it almost makes it look non-metallic metallic if you look at it dead on from one angle and don't like change lighting or anything. It's just really cool. These do look wildly good next to each other, though. The other box I got alongside the mini should be the paint, the primer, which is good for next week. I might, I don't know, over this week, nah. Pretty sure Monday is going to be the big primer day. We'll probably stream it. I'll probably build the biophages on its own just so I can get that done. And then I'm really going to want to crack in with this team. I want to try them out at a local game, see how they work. The trick is I need to figure out the how-to of making sure I'm in position for missions as they pop up. Or to potentially just decide that I want to do like a specific mission type and just see if I can manage it for the entire game. We are going to need to get the stencils together, though, before the big stream for the other stuff, because those need to be stencil airbrushed. You just do. They're not as cool as irradiated gene stealers. I gotta think, though, with the rest of the gene stealers, though. We might do, like, a kind of radiation, but it'll be dull or something. Like, I'll do it just on their backs. Like, as a small area. This is going to be a rough one. Because I kind of need to... I might need to close my window, actually. You guys probably hear the lawn people. I think they're doing my neighbor's yard. Hang on. Gotta let the ring dry. Boom. I actually have no idea what these do. Like in Necromunda, which is where they're from. For me, they're going to be representative of like tokens that are sort of like, hey, this unit has an ability that has a enhancement or a one-off or something. The blue ones are going to be for the tokens specifically. So like my Patriarch, he has the Psychic Scream thing where he's just constantly putting out a 6-inch aura of Take a Battle Shock. If you burn the token, it doubles its range. So it's now a 12-inch Take a Battle Shock. So that's pretty cool. I'm going to put it with the Iconarch because the Iconarch has a one-off move one of the revival tokens. Which the purple ones like this, I'm going to use as revival tokens, specifically for Gene Stealers. Because in the Biosanctic team, Gene Stealers can kind of force move for a command point. They can force move one of the ambush tokens, but then it can only be for Gene Stealers. So you have to have like a dead squad. But this is a way for me to be like, okay, this is only Gene Stealers. I do know I have too many 4 Gene Stealers, but I kind of wanted to just do even 4 and 4. I'm going to give one of the blue ones to the Biophagus. Since he gets the one-off, like, I think it's like a super lethal. Oh no, you get the one-off to increase his weapon, I think. Is the way it works, like his anti-infantry weapon. I'm guessing they have some kind of like scouting or possibly explosive effect in Necromunda. I'm just not sure. My buddy has the rules for the team in Necromunda, so I could eventually ask him what the hell they did. But he only got it for the other team. The frickin' team that looks like Iron Man. if he doesn't paint them to look like Iron Man, he's made a mistake. I think it's Van Sir. So close to a one and done. I need this. This will be my victory for the week. Because I had that doctor's appointment yesterday that I left early for. I was talking to everyone about. I was like, yeah, I'm leaving. So I got there. I signed in. I saw them take the thing to get my name and everything so they can get the files together. I watched them pull the files together. And then I sat there as I watched other people get called back for like 45 minutes to an hour. Now, historically, I think there's a little context needed here. This doctor's office has always run behind. A lot of other private practice doctor's offices have kind of like retired, gone out of business, joined up with like the local hospital instead. So there's not a lot of options locally for this kind of thing. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, maybe they're running behind. But then I start noticing that everyone coming in after me is going. And I'm like, huh. So I go up to the table and I'm like, so I've been here since, you know, this time, and what's up? What's going on? And they were like, oh, what's your name? And I was like, it's this. And then they checked. They looked around and they found my paperwork. And apparently they set it down on a table. It got kind of like buried under other people's paperwork. And then they just forgot I was there. At no point did any of the nurses who could clearly see me from the windows go, why is that guy still here? Anyone know what's up with that? Does this person just want to hang out in a doctor's office waiting room? What's happening? No. They just forgot I was there and just didn't care. So that happened. That was like a big chunk of my day yesterday. Three more. Please. Please, brain, hold out. Just for a little bit more. Don't burn out on me just yet. Because we went crazy on these, man. One day, I have to quickly build that biophagus. Ooh, I'm actually going to need to check the bits for these guys. There's a head in there that I think would look great on my biophagus, since it's basically the head I use for the stream and all my videos. Because the hive scum actually have hooded heads. Oh crap, actually, I think I threw them away. I think those are actually gone. I'll have to double check. I'm trying to cut down on like random bits that I just have laying around. Wasn't thinking, man. I saw them. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then I just moved on. Only now did I make the connection. Do, 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 do. Nah, man. The hood is for secrecy. That's his privacy. Also, it would be kind of cool to have sort of night fight biophagus painted that has the hood. That way I could have like a different model to use occasionally. Although we're probably fine with the one. I've gotten so many high-res pictures of him backed up online. Boom. Hell yes. Let me go grab the black light. God, my back hurts. Turn that out. The violet really doesn't pop. It's actually one of the most disappointing blacklight paints, I think, is the violet. Because you can kind of see it, but it's really dull compared to all the others. There's probably a way to do like blue and yellow to make like a really good glowy. Let me see if I can grab one. Here we go. this up a little bit. There you go. He's just hovering through, doing his thing. Big old blue brain. Now, I'll try to get some good pictures. I'll try to post them up on the Discord. But I think they look great. Ah. Oh, that was a long stream today. So we got a game I gotta get. Let me go over here. I got a game I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Let me remuffle this. I'll work on it later. I got a game I got to get ready for tomorrow. I have the video I want to try to get done over the weekend, which we might work a little bit on tonight. But yeah, ton of painting done on a solid almost 6-hour stream. 6 hours to do 10 Gene Stealers, a converted Gene Stealer Primarch, 8 brain bugs. Whew. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I know the after hours, like everyone comes in around noon and then everyone leaves. But it's good to see some people around now, because I might need to try to change my stream schedule at some point here. Ooh, nice. But yeah, I might need to change the stream schedule at some point so I can do more in the day in terms of like getting food and doing stuff, video work. But yeah, till next week, we got a lot more Gene Stealer cults to fix up and prep. Thanks for hanging out. Until next time, guys. Later.